So this morning, I woke and
do an apology video for something that you said might happen in an award show.
Looked at myself in the mirror and I questioned everything about myself. Who is this lie? Who is this shell of a man? You don't even belong on YouTube. How dare you say your opinions on the internet, you fool! I'm so sorry. Now I'm
pretty good YouTube apology video. I'd say it's decent. I think also, I do think that people need to stop posting bullshit and like, oh, this is what's going to happen. There's this leak that I heard about, and it said that they're going to make every character in the new game, they're going to make them gay and trans. They're going to be gay, trans, Muslim, atheists. Gay, trans, no, I heard this from insider information. That's what's going to happen. Okay. Okay.
Getting a game award.
Please stop.
But that doesn't mean that this year's award show isn't without controversy.
No.
There's actually plenty of it. Not only are we seeing a poker roguelike slip its way right into the Game of the Year category, but we're seeing a DLC and also even some underhanded or seemingly underhanded changes to the voting process before the nominees went up. Now, one of the things that I've actually seen quite a lot of recently is people asking, why are you even upset in the first place? Who cares about these awards? They're meaningless.
They care about the awards. That's why they made the award show. And if they didn't care about the awards, then they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. This is, again, bro, I hate this. This is the one thing that people do that I hate. It's when they say, oh, it doesn't matter. Bitch, if it didn't matter, you wouldn't have done it. Don't do something and then get mad when other people say, why did you do it?
It's nothing but a show of vanity more than anything else, but I'm here to tell you that they mean a little bit more than that. Many people dismiss the Game Awards as a shallow vanity showcase, a glitzy night where the industry insiders pat each other on the back and there's little substance that comes from it. But this perspective overlooks the tangible benefits that ripple through the industry, particularly for the developers who win and the players who engage with their work. The Game of the Year award in particular serves as more than just a shiny badge. It's a moment of recognition that often carries significant financial and cultural weight. For developers, winning Game of the Year can be transformative. It's not just a morale booster for the team, it's a marketing gold mine. A game that wins the award can see a surge in sales, especially with the Game Awards coming just before the holidays, as both new and returning players flock to see what made that game so special. It's the kind of exposure that the most aggressive
a lot of like my normie IRL friends, they know Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, they do. They're like, oh yeah, that's the game that was really good, right? They know Elden Ring, like, oh yeah, that's the game everybody said was really good. Like, yeah, that's the one.
Rising campaign can't buy, because it means that your game is genuinely one of the best of the year, if not
exactly. It was Hi-Fi Rush. Then Hi-Fi Rush Studios got. Nobody played Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush was one of those games that like everybody said was really good, but nobody played it. Like streamers are like that sometimes too, where like everybody says like, oh yeah, this guy's such a great streamer. It's like, well, if they're so great, why did they get 800 viewers? They've streamed for 10 years. But it's like everybody circle jerks about how good they are. There's a lot of people that do shit like that. Rising Star. I think they should give it to her for the third year. I do. I think it'd be really funny if they did that. It would be so funny.
Best of the year. Beyond the immediate revenue, it often cements the developer's reputation, making it easier for them to secure funding or creative freedom for future projects. That recognition becomes a signal to investors and publishers that the studio is capable of delivering on excellence, giving them the leverage they might not have had otherwise. While a lot of sales
This is true also with movies. Think about the creative liberty that a guy like Christopher Nolan has versus some random director that just basically makes whatever slop that they're supposed to make. That's the reason why it matters too. It's the same with like From Software. Like, oh yeah, we're going to go from our massive blockbuster Elden Ring hit and we're going to make a mech game? A mech game? What? For the 7 guys in Japan that play them? And the 1 fat guy in America that still plays them? That's 8 people. Well, they did it anyway. It's called Armored Core 6. It's a great game.
earn a lot of heads, continued recognition, player engagement, and media representation can sometimes push these games even further beyond.
Yeah, they do.
Just using Baldur's Gate 3 as an example, while it soared at the start, smashing sales records for the company, it was ultimately recognized as the ultimate game of the year, earning the award on every professional stage across the entire industry, totaling 7 different Game of the Year wins. As a result, the game.
Look at this guy. Like this, you're talking about a fantasy writer. Lawrence Stick, expert writer. I immediately believe him. Of course he is. Look at him. Absolutely. Yeah. Of course.
The year wins. As a result, the game stayed in the news circuit, keeping invested players engaged in discussion outside of the game and helping it to reach the ears and eyes of more players around the world. Hell, it's still talked about and referenced even a year later. While this is a testament to the excellence of the game itself, Baldur's Gate 3 is genuinely one of the best games in the last decade, if not one of the best games of all time. There are quite a few people that are out there that keep seeing this game talked about, keep seeing it win, and say, fine, okay, I'll try it. Now, players...
as I said, I have a real life friend of mine. Like, we went to like middle school, high school together, like college together a little bit. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, what are you playing? He's like, yeah, I'm replaying Cyberpunk 2077, and I've been trying to get back into Elden Ring, and on the weekends, I play Baldur's Gate 3 with my dad and my brothers. Like, that's like fucking S-tier normie gaming, and, I mean, that's some good fucking taste, isn't it? You know, like it was. Where does he find the time? I don't even know if he works 20 hours a week now. And he's getting paid over $100,000. He's doing tech support. He's talking about all these vacations he's going to go on, like everything. Remember that one day that like all the systems went down? He woke up at like 9:30 and like it was already fixed. He's like, what the? 64 missed calls. What the? Oh, it's fixed? Okay, great. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's a better life. Yeah, bro, this guy has a dick. What job does he work at? I'm not going to expose him. I don't want to mess with a good thing. I told him, I was like, man, like, you make sure, like, watch out. Like, you don't want to lose that job.
Also reap the benefits, perhaps not in the most obvious ways, but a Game of the Year win sets a bar for quality that other studios want to strive to meet. It tells the industry this is what resonated the most with an audience and critics alike, and developers take note of it. The success of games like Baldur's Gate 3, The Last of Us, Elden Ring, Breath of the Wild, all of these inspire trends in storytelling, world building, and gameplay mechanics that ripple into future titles. It raises expectations and, in many cases, pushes the industry forward. Even acknowledgement of smaller titles in other categories can give a moment of spotlight, bringing a niche experience to players who may not have discovered it otherwise. I can't tell you guys how...
Did Persona 5 win any awards or Persona 3 Reload? I don't know. Because, like, I beat Metaphor. I actually think that game... If it wasn't for how good Black Myth Wukong was, I would think that game should get Game of the Year. Real shit.
Many times I found an indie title or a gem that I otherwise hadn't heard of, and it was just because it was nominated in the Game Awards. At its best, the Game Awards is more than just a vanity parade. It's a cultural touchstone for the gaming community, celebrating not only what games are, but what they can be in the end. They drive innovation, give well-earned recognition to creative teams, and expose players to games that they otherwise may have overlooked. So while the event is undeniably flashy, its impact is far from superficial. It's a celebration that benefits the entire ecosystem. Now, I'm not saying...
It's a good thing. Like, people want to win awards. That's why the award shows exist. Like, yeah, award shows are great. People care about it. People say you've turned into a certified yapper. What have I been doing for the past 4 years?
That the Game Awards create success by any means. It's just that they're giving them a little bit of an extra nudge, that little extra added momentum that's helping them get even more successful than what they were at the very start. And this is especially true for holiday buyers because they walk into stores or maybe they see an ad pop up on social media or on an app or something like that. They see that a game has that Game of the Year sticker and they think that it's a solid buy, a great Christmas gift for somebody. And chances are,
it is.
More times than not, they're right. That ends up being the case. I know for years, my mom almost always would buy me the Game of the Year game because it was the easiest choice for her to make because she didn't really understand the games, or the hobby, or anything like that. And, you know, as a kid and then even then after, yeah, it worked almost every single time. But the thing is that it goes beyond that. It's also just the recognition of being nominated in the first place. In a lot of cases, especially for the players, this is a way for us to come across games that we otherwise didn't have any interest in, or maybe didn't.
Also for like games that you think deserve, like as like fans of a game, like I want to see that game do well. I want to see people say, "Bro, this shit was lit." I want to see it get the acknowledgement that I think it deserves.
Even see at all. I think one of the best examples of this is Balatro. The game has exploded all of a sudden. Now everybody's talking about it, and for the most part, the vast majority of these folks haven't even heard of it.
Yeah,
and
I
honestly, they should probably be thankful of that. I have over 400 hours in the game, and I wish that I could get that time back. No, I actually don't wish I could get that time back. I don't know where that time went. I thought I only played it for like 10 hours, but
that's
sometimes
a lot.
I hear the music in my sleep. That's the power of these awards. That's
sort of 1 million
what they
copies
can
on
do
mobile
for
in a
these
week?
companies.
Wow.
It's also what they can do for the players. Not only is it setting an example for games that we want in the future, and it's exposing players to games that we otherwise would have overlooked, but it's just that recognition that a lot of these studios deserve for the hard work that they put in delivering something that we actually wanted. And I think that's one of the most important part. But let's not kid ourselves. At the end of the day, we love validation. It's one of the reasons why we like social media.
Yeah, I want a pat on the head. I want them to tell me that I want the middle-aged man to tell me that my video game decision was the right call. You made the right decision in investing 200 hours of your life into this game. It's a good game.
Much just because we like seeing the little dots and likes and updates and all that good stuff, and we want to have our opinions validated, and we love to see the game that we love the most voted as the best game of the year. And there are a couple surprises this year. Paul Tossi of Forbes wrote up a solid summary in an article titled...
See, this is the one I have to play. Like, I really feel like, I feel like a dick sucker for not playing Astrobot. Like, I really need to play this game, try it out. Because I've heard so many things about this game being good. And, like, this is an Asmongold game. Like, I love games like this.
Got a Game Awards 2024 Game of the Year nomination, and what didn't. Writing the nominees, Astrobot, the platforming love letter to PlayStation, is one of the best entries in the genre in years, and it's no surprise that it's a celebration of not just the PlayStation IP, but what feels like gaming in general is nominated here. I would personally consider this the front runner. Metaphor ReFantazio.
I cannot imagine thinking that's the front runner over Black Myth Wukong or Metaphor ReFantazio. Like, I'm sorry, I cannot even imagine that. However, okay.
Stunning new RPG entry from Atlas of Persona fame. This latecomer immediately captivated audiences and launched it into a surprise Game of the Year contention, which has been realized with the nomination here.
He was right about everything, by the way.
Win. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This was effectively a sure thing in terms of landing a nomination, beloved by critics and most fans.
This is the one I think is going to win.
Less guaranteed, but it feels like it's dueling for the top 2 or 3 for sure. Black Myth Wukong. It has both a whole lot of fans that set explosive sales records thanks to its popularity globally, but especially in China. It's an extremely competitive year, and the game reviewed well, albeit not spectacularly, and I wasn't expecting it to make the cut. I was wrong. Here it is on the list, selected by a jury, landing a top spot. A win does feel difficult given the competition, but we'll see.
The reviews, I really wish that game reviewers would stop taking their reviews seriously, which I feel like is never going to happen, obviously. But, like, you can't self-reference your own opinion as, like, a surprise that I'm surprised that this game this game got nominated even though everybody in my industry said it was bad. Yeah, because who cares?
True. Unlike anything on this list, the brilliant card game has been a sleeper mega hit all year, and I thought it might slide into a nomination here. You'd love to see it. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. In the last few days, there has been a flurry of drama over the fact that the Game Awards confirmed that, yes, DLC or expansions could be nominated for Game of the Year. While the immediate aftermath of this discussion was about a likely nomination or even win for Shadow of the Erdtree, it was still up to the voters whether they considered whether or not they would count it. Enough did, it seems. Could it win now? That would spark some more opinions. Now, these are the games that did not receive nominations.
I don't think a DLC should get Game of the Year. Because you can't play a DLC. You can only play the game that the DLC exists for. I think it's ridiculous.
Helldivers 2, an explosively popular game that shattered perceptions of whether Sony could produce a live service hit. It has certainly had its ups and downs since its release, but it's hard to forget that stellar initial launch period, and it's a multiplayer entry that failed to get a nomination. This may be the biggest snub if we're playing that game.
I think that Helldivers 2 was a very one-dimensional experience. I wish that Helldivers 2 had the same progression path and the same type of gameplay progression that, like, Space Marine 2 had. Or, like, I'm trying to think, like, maybe Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, like, some degree of, like, character progression. Because, like, that, yeah, in any shape or form, yeah, like, I just feel like you needed something.
Silent Hill 2. This one was bound to be controversial as a remake, but Silent Hill 2 put up a large amount of nominations overall before the Game of the Year slate was ever even announced.
I don't want to see a remake win Game of the Year. I don't want to see remakes, remasters, or DLCs win Game of the Year. I don't think they should be categorized. It's not fair.
However, land an actual Game of the Year nomination itself, which was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
Dragon Age: The Veilguard. There was some
dude.
That games journalists would rally behind this game to get it nominated, but despite its solid enough reviews and many Dragon Age...
Despite their reviews, who cares about the reviews?
Fans enjoying it, it's not exactly a product similar in the full-on glory days of BioWare, and as such, it did not land a nomination.
What he means to say is that the game sucked dick and nobody liked it. That's why it didn't sell very well. Yeah, that's what he meant, like, to say, yeah, it sucked dick, and so obviously they weren't going to nominate it because it'd be embarrassing. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a remake. What do you mean? What I mean is that I haven't played Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth, but a lot of people, like, I get half of people telling me that it's a remake and half of people telling me that it's not a remake. So I don't know what to think because I never played the original game and I haven't played the remake either. So I try not to really have an opinion about it. But that's why I'm not categorizing it.
Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Certainly a departure from the traditional Zelda game, but still a bit of a surprise that it
They replaced Zelda with a girl? What the fuck? What is this gay feminist bullshit?
Represent Nintendo on the Game of the Year list. I suppose it's not a mainstream entry, but you don't often find Nintendo missing out on a best game contender during a given year. Tekken 8. A 90 Metacritic score might normally guarantee a placement on the list in most years, but Tekken suffers from being in the relatively niche fighting game genre where it will unfortunately be overlooked by most voters. It's likely a favorite for best fighting game of the year, obviously.
Yeah.
Now that we've gone over the summaries, a few of these games stand out amongst the rest, and they've caused quite a bit of criticism. Helldivers 2 not being in the running, Silent Hill 2, while a remake, was still received incredibly well. Balatro is an indie hit that many haven't heard of, but it still made the list, and Dragon Age: The Veilguard, for all of the praise that it got, ended up just being in the accessibility category next to Diablo 4, which, let's be...
Oh, yeah, accessibility. What's the accessibility? Oh, hey, retard. Hey, you're in a way you can't move your arms. That means you're probably stupid. Hey, okay, so you have to go get the... you see the blue triangle? You have to put it in a hole that's blue and it's a triangle. Hey, stupid. Hey... hey, I know you're quadriplegic, which means that you can't think. So we're going to tell you 5 times how to do this. And oh, no, we're not going to make the game easier to play. No. We're just going to make it to where everything dies in one hit. That's not accessibility. Yeah, there you go. It's so patronizing. I can't believe it. It's dumbass proof. Yeah.
Be real, that's more or less them just thanking them for coming. I'm genuinely shocked that Palworld wasn't mentioned anywhere, and again, the media really torched that game on release, but the biggest...
I think that Palworld, there's also another hidden agenda with Palworld, is that I think companies don't want to get on the bad side of Nintendo. I'm just being honest. And I can see why.
Thumb is Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, a DLC. This has to be the first time ever that we've ever seen a DLC creep into the category of Game of the Year, and people have been talking about it. While most people seem to generally agree that a DLC shouldn't be in the running for Game of the Year and are upset that it likely will push out whatever their favorite game is, there are some in game development and games media that have begun to push back. As an example, Greg Miller of Kinda Funny Games tweeted out saying DLC should be eligible for Game of the Year. It's a game. It's
not a game. Can you play Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree? No. You can only play it if you played Elden Ring. It's not a game. That's like saying a patch should win out Game of the Year. Like it's factually untrue statement. Like, can you play Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree? No, unless you've played the original game. And you cannot disconnect the existing game from the DLC and look at it objectively. It's dependent. Yeah, it's just not true.
People played this year. If it's that good, it should be honored. Thomas Mahler of Moon Studios also tweeted out saying, it seems that a few people are upset that the Elden Ring DLC has been nominated for the Game of the Year award at this year's Game Awards. Let me be clear, I'm 100% on board with this decision and told Jeff Keighley the same a few months ago. The industry is changing and we're moving from box products and sequelitis more towards games that are kept alive. It makes sense to do so. I think that in the future we're going to see more and more games that are treated as mere platforms that are receiving updates continuously, and we should celebrate those achievements just as much as we are celebrating entirely new products.
I agree. I just think, God, it sounds so bad. I think they should just be separate but equal, right? I think it's fine to do that. That's totally okay. But I just want to have another category for it. Like, just have like a DLC or like a patch update or something. Yeah, a new category. Like that's all I want. I mean, like, how about this? Get rid of the VR category. Nobody cares about that. And just add in DLC instead.
I could go through a ton of other examples. A lot of the conversation is revolving around the exact same thing, but I just want to say that the quality and vastness of the content is not in contention. Shadow of the Erdtree was exactly what fans wanted and more. It's one of the biggest highlights this year. It was one of the things I was looking forward to playing most this year.
I hated this dick sucker.
It doesn't matter if Shadow of the Erdtree was 4 times the size of Elden Ring. It's a DLC, not a game. You have to own the base version of Elden Ring to play it. It's not a standalone title. And from my perspective, this sets a bad precedent, not only for the Game Awards, but for the industry, especially because now we are just normalizing games, especially single-player games, becoming a continued platform that is recognized for the same achievements as newly minted titles. Developers making brand new games incurring significant...
Yeah, and that's another really big... He's bringing up such a great point right now, because what he's doing is he's saying that it's creating a feedback loop that keeps new games out of the market. Because like now there's a feedback loop where like old games can cannibalize hype from new games.
More
like,
risk
like
in
movies,
doing
you
so.
know?
They're not just continuing a game that's already successful. DLC is released every single year for an assortment of games. There is no reason that there shouldn't be a category for best DLC or for the games with the DLC to be included in best ongoing game. Are we supposed to believe that making games with the DLC...
Does he do... He doesn't do that. I thought only the one that's in the castle, Mesmer's Castle, does this. I don't think the ones in the outdoor areas, they do? There's a second boss one? Really? You killed it? Oh. You just killed it too fast. Of course I did. That makes sense. Because I'm really good at the game.
DLC to be included in best ongoing game. Are we supposed to believe that making a DLC is just as challenging as creating a new IP from the ground up? So from my perspective, it actually feels as though Shadow of the Erdtree is more or less a proxy that was put in place to block the nomination of something else entirely. Whether that was Space Marine 2 or Helldivers 2 or maybe even Dragon Age the Veilguard.
Let's see, what game do I think should have gotten in the Game of the Year nomination? I don't know. I feel like Space Marine 2 and Stellar Blade are pretty much the same. But I also think that like Black Myth Wukong and Metaphor are like such a clear cut above those games. Like those Stellar Blade and like Space Marine, they're like a solid 8. Where I feel like Metaphor and like what do you call it? The other one, Black Myth, they're at least a solid 9. Core Keeper? I don't know. Yeah, another Crab's Treasure. I would love to see indie games like that have their own category.
I realize this is more of a conspiracy than anything else, but keep in mind, Paul just said there was some rumblings of games journalists that were trying to push Dragon Age the Veilguard through, regardless of everything else that was going on around that game, and maybe forcing Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree into the conversation blocked that game or some other game from being nominated.
Yeah, there's no way.
It's too easy to vote for. It's likely the most widely played game this year by the most people and one of the most well-known names in all of gaming. It would be like if Baldur's Gate 3 released a DLC. It would be the exact same thing because it's the most popular game. It's one of the most talked about games, and everybody has seen it, especially if we're talking about the panelists that they've included in this, and we're going to talk a little bit on that as well. But I've seen a lot of chatter about Balatro specifically. While there's been some people pointing out Shadow of the Erdtree, a lot of it's actually been pointed at Balatro and saying that it doesn't deserve to be on the list. And while I think you could maybe make a case for some of the other indie hits that came out this year, the game deserves its nomination. For the people that are out there that are just...
Not every... Like, this is... Like, the only people that think it doesn't deserve a nomination are people that, like... I feel like they're, like, the worst kind of players, right? They're the people that are, like, basically they decide, is this game a good or not? I don't know. How good are the graphics? How many people are playing it? Like, what? How do you make a decision based off of that?
Thinking that the game is purely poker. I'm sorry. You haven't played the game. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The amount of people that are...
I haven't played it either, to be
trying
fair.
to minimize this game while saying that all the other games are that much more innovative and creative when they're quite literally just copies of other games themselves is ridiculous to me. It is. And plus, on top of that, I just personally really like the story of how the game came to be in the first place. Guys working a part-time job or a full-time job while he, at the exact same time, is working on a game for like 2 years, trying to put this together by himself to make a portfolio so that he can get a job in game development.
Well, now
the
he's
game
going to be able to get a
explodes,
job.
it blows up. It's already spawned copycat games. It sold millions of copies. It really is a innovative, interesting game. Super fun to play. I recommend it to everybody. I made a video on it like 7 months ago. You guys need to go watch that. It was actually really good. But... it's one of those...
I love that, bro. Like, yeah, my video that I made was so good. You guys should go watch my video. What a good video that was. Absolutely. I love it.
Games that I definitely think does deserve its spot. With that said, I will say that there is some serious inconsistency with some of these nominations. And I think the reason why is because of how these awards are being conducted. Yeah. Not only is it some of the changes that they made, to their website, to their rulings, to the games that could be nominated, but it's also the paneling. And I understand why players are upset about a lot of the nominations or how this is being handled, because they don't feel like they're being represented.
No.
To be honest with you, with some of the things I've seen people talking about, well, they don't want to see you represented. Ever.
Yeah.
In an article from The Gamer titled, "The Game Awards has a bigger problem than Shadow of the Erdtree," the writer Stacey Henley effectively hand waves the players' questions and criticisms, saying that the rules haven't changed last minute, and these awards were always going to be controversial. While at the exact same time, the article only cites itself and refers to itself when using that as proof, literally every...
Oh, man. Who does this?
Every single link on this entire article is just referring to another one of their own articles or another writer from The Gamer. This article is all in response to people taking notice of a few things before the nominations were revealed and some of the changes that were made over on the Game Awards official website. One of the first being that DLCs were now recognized where they hadn't been in the past. Again, something that feels artificial, especially for this occasion specifically, because if not, then we would have seen Cyberpunk's Phantom Liberty nominated last year, but we didn't.
I feel like it should have. I really feel like, it's like, what about Phantom Liberty and like that one Witcher DLC? What about Iceborne back in the day?
Now, along with all of this, players also notice that the voting is calculated with a voting jury taking up a whopping 90% of the vote, while players and fans only make up 10%.
That's called democracy.
Meaning that players are only a deciding factor in the event of a tie, and even then, their votes are likely not even a factor.
Yep.
And that's the reason why players are raising questions over the awards, because they feel like they aren't being heard or represented. And in fact, we know that we're not being represented. The panel of judges are from outside outlets that have nothing to do with gaming at all.
Exactly.
Looking at some of the outlets in the U.S., we have Entertainment Weekly, the LA Times, the New York Times, Pride.com, Rolling Stone, the Atlanta...
It's fucking ridiculous. It is. It's fucking absolutely fucking ridiculous. Pride. Yeah, this is about being gay. Like, what does this have to do with video games? NPR, Variety? What the fuck? What is this? Like, what is this shit? Gay people play games? Yeah, they do. You know what games they play? They play Elden Ring. They play the same fucking games that we do. Having an advocacy group for a sexual identity doesn't make sense for a video game fucking award show. It's ridiculous. This is an identity advocacy group. It's got nothing to do with video games.
NPR,
it's not like, oh, well, gay people like these video games and straight people like these video games. Like, that's like a YouTube comment. Really, it's not real. Nobody thinks this.
Looking at the UK, we have Discussing Films and The Mirror. Many of these sites and magazines are nothing more than celebrity gossip and tabloid magazines. Nothing representative of gaming culture, the perspective of players, or representative of the industry in any way. I'll be straight with you guys. This makes no sense to me whatsoever. I know that Jeff Keighley has been pushing for the award show to be more like the Grammys or something like that.
It's so fucking cringe. Oh my god, it's so fucking cringe. How do you want it to be like the Grammys? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Stop trying to copy Hollywood.
Annie each year, but this feels like groveling at Hollywood's doorstep more than anything else.
Yeah.
Jeff, we're winning. Our industry dwarfs music and television by a country mile. We do not need their approval, and frankly, the last thing that any video game player wants is Hollywood's influence in the gaming industry. Henley
exactly. Like, oh yeah, I can't wait to get another fucking Spider-Man movie by the way, he's totally fucking up this fight. I just want to let you guys know, like, massively fucking this fight up.
Up the awards being controversial no matter what because of toxic gamers, hand-waving their concerns, saying maybe it's more controversial this year because of everything that's going on in gaming. There are a few who dread Shadow of the Erdtree's potential nomination on quality. It's roundly considered an excellent expansion to an excellent video game. The issue is the principle of the thing, and gaming has been short on principle this year. A groundswell of toxicity has risen unchecked. Gaming has been short.
It's more controversial, but the issue is the principle of the thing? What? Gaming has been short on principle? What kind of shit-talking retard writes something like this? What the fuck do you even mean? Holy
on
shit.
On principle this year. A groundswell of toxicity has risen unchecked this year in gaming.
You're welcome. It's me. They're thinking about me. It's all about me. Think of everybody probably watching the YouTube video.
Have you ever wanted to make your own VR chat world? Never knew where to start? You're in the right place. In this tutorial series, I'll show you how to create your very own room from start to finish. In the next one, we will start building our room.
Hi, I'm Fax from VRChat's Creator Support Team, and I'll teach you about the VRChat Creator Companion for creating your own worlds and avatars. The Creator Companion is a tool you install on your PC to help you set up everything you need for your VRChat world and avatar projects. It helps you create, open, and manage them. It also helps you import the VRChat SDK into your Unity projects, which is what you'll actually need to build and upload avatars and worlds. Best of all, it helps you update the SDK when there's an update. Before I explain
Hello and welcome back to the fourth lesson in this tutorial series, where we will learn how to create the proper lighting for our room. For that, there are a couple things I should have gone over last episode that I need to go over first. So at the end of the last lesson, I told you to find your own textures, but I didn't tell you how you should choose which ones you want to use. So as a beginner, you shouldn't be trying to create your own styles, but instead try to replicate blue and beige, which I description below maps here. So for this material, since I found this plain plaster PBR material on textures.com, which does require a free account, just download the 1K texture maps here. So for this material, since there's little detail in the albedo map, and since it contains all the detail of the other maps, and then I can choose whatever color I want. But in this case, I just want to stick to a plain white. If you don't want the material to look as bumpy, you can actually decrease the normal map strength here. So I could decrease it to like a 0.5, and there you see it's not as bumpy. I'm going to increase it to a 0.7. If for some reason you want to increase it, you can, but typically ends up looking very ugly. Oh, and one last thing. You don't actually need to whip out a separate calculator. But for quick iteration, that way it'll bake faster, and then we can increase this before you in rendering and lighting settings. I'm just going to dock this window next to the vector. But here real time, which is calculates lighting mix with time lighting. So next, clicking this auto-generate lighting in the corner here or setting. Global Illumination series, unless you illumination on, we won't have real-time lighting for our dynamic objects, but this is what we want since real-time lighting is a very heavy performance cost. Lighting will have set the lighting mode to baked indirect. This off window rendering and lighting settings. I'm just going to dock this window next to the vector. Now under real-time global illumination, make sure this is off. I'm not going to get into it here since this is supposed to be a beginner tutorial series. Unless you know what you're doing with it, you should have it disabled. Under mixed lighting with baked global illumination on, set the lighting mode to baked indirect. This means that we won't have real-time lighting for our dynamic objects, but this is what we want since real-time lighting is a very heavy performance cost. Now, get into the light mapping settings. First option is the light mapper. I'll change it to progressive GPU. So as a recording, the GPU light mapper is still in preview, which means that it's not production ready. So if it gives you glitches, you can switch to the progressive CPU for like the final bake you'll do before you publish the world. But for quick iteration, this GPU light mapper iteration simply in a scene and then just go to it to you. Here you will see a visualization, a drop down, and then just go to baked light map. Here you will see a visualization the light map texels in your scene. What the light mapper does is calculate the lighting for each texel and then puts that into a pixel on the light map. Don't worry if you don't understand it right now. We'll get to see the light map once it's baked. You can get a better visualization. The light map resolution is in
Oh my god, no way!
texels per unit. If you drag left and right, you can see that the amount of texels in the scene changes. The value essentially means how much lighting or higher resolution or light map. So right now, let's just go to actually solution. If I want to give this, and then under the map, and then greater resolution, it will prioritize baking the view. Surface doesn't else. Example here for row distance. This is also for now. Light map increase 21 for after I don't set up for larger scenes can you add to the faces text create here. Before we get too much into that, we should set up the top menu bar, go to post, adjust the post-processing settings yourself. I recommend first reading this guide by Silent, link in the CG, and then mix can. Well, I'll keep this 1K importer in this dragon. It's a based theory and the most PBR surface absorb links that are which picker window. Left controls sat more confused on the heat in the dark to off of light rays that spectrum is did. This is because metals are just in other programs, aggressive parallel the white so that we can let some light in. Remember that and stepped off the correct seasonal texture types to read ambient. This is an AO light gray small that real approximated to baked depth in these wood planks. That's because the reflected light of the room essential surroundings and the resulting create your first right click in the project. Before we get too much into that, we should set up post-processing in our scene. It can be done very easily with VR World Toolkit. The top menu bar, go to VR World Toolkit, processing, set up post-processing. Click OK. Post-processing is essentially the correct way we should be viewing our colors. If you want to read more into that, or if you want to adjust the post-processing settings yourself, I recommend first reading this guide by Silent, link in the description as always. Now I want you to go to this website, ambientcg.com. Make sure these are used in Unity. So keep this number PNG, image folder, and just drag it. It's apply based shaders.
Go see. Oh my God, he did it again. Welcome. I did this.
An outsized influence in the YouTube algorithm and on
yeah, they're mad because YouTube videos are getting more views than their website. Yeah, okay, here we go. You know what we need to fucking do? I need to make my own print website and make print media good again. Because I think that print media is so important. I think that print media is the best way to communicate an idea. There's no messenger. There's just words on a page. Is it true or not? When was the last time? I want to ask you guys a question. When was the last time that a piece of print media was important for us culturally? I can think of one example, and I don't think it's a great example. Good question. Yeah. I'd say probably Project 2025, right? That'd be the closest thing that I can think of. My point, no, not an event, but an actual piece of print media that's discussed on a cultural level. We don't have this anymore. Like, nobody knows how to read anymore. People don't know how to use a book. It's bad. It's real bad. Nintendo Power? Yeah. 50 Shades of Grey? Maybe you're right. Yeah, Twilight. I mean, that's you? Nah, bro. Like, I'm talking about, I think this is a cultural thing. I do. You can't even read the tutorial, so you're right. Well, I can, just not on stream. Anyway, I feel like print media is really important. And the fact that there is no place to get print media that has any integrity at all is actually a huge problem. Have you guys ever written something out and then after you wrote it out, you understood it better because you wrote it out? Yeah. It's really sad. It is. It's so sad.
The Everything app as long as it aligns with Elon Musk's increasingly erratic views.
What do you mean as long as it aligns with? Like, who's getting banned? Shut up, you fucking retards. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot. No, why'd you get banned? Yeah, I don't know. Are you doxing somebody?
It is still disheartening to see gaming companies shove their fingers in their ears, though it's impressive that they manage to do this while their heads are buried in the sand at the same time.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But I actually really fucking hate whenever people say that about X. It's so fucking annoying. And the reason why they say it is so they can create parity between their own censorship and the censorship that Elon Musk is doing. People aren't getting censored on X. I see stupid commie posts all the time. Constantly. I see them more than one a day. The idea that, like, people are getting censored for certain opinions on X is just bullshit. Yeah, it's so fake. Yeah, and all they're only doing that so they can pretend like Elon Musk is doing the same thing that they were doing, but he's not. That's not what's happening. Being community noted counts as censorship for them? Yeah. Facts are censorship.
Though it's impressive that they managed to do this while their heads are buried in the sand at the same time. I don't expect Keeley to address this on the show, and I don't think he could say anything to help, but his stay out of everything attitude will not wash this time.
What do you think? Do you think Jeff Keeley's accountable to you? You're a fucking loser. You're a loser writing an article hoping that you're going to get $30 from ad revenue from it. Jeff Keighley's a millionaire that puts on a show that has celebrities go to it multiple times a year.
Be in the meat grinder with the rest of us, and it remains to be seen how a man buoyed by populism and never having a public opinion beyond loving a video game deals with that. She then goes on to say that if Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade don't sweep the awards, then gamers are going to feel like the entire thing is rigged. And after stating,
well, Stellar Blade, I don't think is. I think Stellar Blade's a really great game, but I don't think it should win like Game of the Year. I feel like maybe like I don't even know like really what Stellar, maybe art direction, something like that. Stellar Blade could maybe win, but like how does Stellar Blade beat Metaphor with art direction? I don't think it does.
When these folk demand Black Myth and Stellar Blade sweep the board, I see replies like, what about Final Fantasy? What about Astrobot? What about Metaphor? What about Infinite Wealth? What about Dragon's Dogma? What about
Dragon's Dogma? What about Shut Up and Play the Game, you fucking retard? Dragon's Dogma 2 sucked. It was a tech demo for Monster Hunter Wilds. It was a joke. Biggest disappointment. I put 100 hours into it. That's how I know.
What about
dog shit?
1,000 times Resist? And the reply I see from these apparent fans is always the same. I haven't played most of them. These people don't even have opinions on games. They just like being mad. They're the only people who ever cared about Dustborn or Unknown 9, and yet they parade around their heads as if they bested Rob Stark. If this
no, it wasn't Rob Stark. It was more like Tommen, because the games killed themselves.
Campaign had started a few months earlier, Hogwarts Legacy being snubbed at the Game Awards 2023 would have been huge news. People that like Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade are immediately looped into the group of these people, games that only had controversy because it was manufactured by Games Media, and the players felt that they had to stand up to protect those games that they love and enjoyed, and they want to make sure that those games are recognized. Right, so the only solution to players not feeling represented by the industry is to have the industry speak out against those players that you disagree with,
right.
to put them in their place. And you're upset that Jeff Keighley doesn't want to get caught in the middle of that and feels like it's not his place to do so.
It's not. It's not. He's trying to run a show. Like, I like Jeff Keighley a lot. I disagree with some of the decisions he's making with the Game Awards, but as a person and as an event planner, I tremendously respect him. Absolutely. Yeah, he doesn't like, wow, Jeff Keighley. Oh no, Jeff Keighley won't carry our cross. He's not going to let his show be a platform for our identity politics. Oh no, he's not talking about our issues on his show. Oh wow, why won't he do it? Why won't he talk about our problems? Get the fuck out of here. So pathetic.
No different than the media.
aka material, real physical society, but the ones that are not direction, the specular set component, angles, and you should all see, keep it going later. One step up, you'll see take up texture and suspect with appropriate slot really pop or used to RGB color texture, a gold made by using a typically lower wood looks flat is essentially a 360 camera. It captures a spherical view of its surroundings, and the resulting image is called a cube map, which is used for the reflections in objects. You should see two buttons at the top of its component in the inspector. The first one is the bounds volume, and just adjust this to the dimensions of the room. The second one is the probe origin, and this determines where the reflection probe will capture the 360 image from. So just set that to the center of the room as well. So now we see that our material is no longer reflecting the sky, but it doesn't look like it has any reflection at all. This will be fixed in the next lesson, where we will bake our reflection probe along with our lighting. Now we can make the material for our windows so that we can make them transparent instead of opaque. And the way to do this is with a transparent material. So in your materials, right-click, create, material, and set the rendering mode from opaque to transparent. Apply it to the window pane and nothing happens, but that's because we have to go to the color picker, and under the RGB channels there was an A channel, and this stands for alpha, which controls transparency. So now we can see through our windows. So just apply this to all of the windows. And this could apply, but it is part of the same object in the same mesh. You now see that this object has two material slots in the inspector. I'm just going to undo that. That's just for an example. We should always compress the textures in our world because they're going to be downloaded by every person who visits it. To do this, click on the texture file in the inspector and check crunch compression, and click the sliders, and what this does is gives us different can take a while, but since our scene is so small and we set the light mapper to use GPU, shouldn't take too long. And yeah, now it's done. This file generatorial, this to on or scene only mapping that can set what this does, right? Unless you know what you're doing with it, you should have it disabled. Under mixed lighting with baked global illumination on, set the lighting mode to baked indirect. This means that we won't have real-time lighting for our dynamic objects, but this is what we want since real-time lighting is a very heavy performance cost. Now, get into the light mapping settings. First option is the light mapper. I'll change it to progressive GPU. So as a recording, the GPU light mapper is still in preview, which means that it's not production ready. So if it gives you glitches, you can switch to the progressive CPU for like the final bake you'll do before you publish the world. But for quick iteration, this GPU light mapper is. But for quick iteration, this GPU light mapper is faster than the CPU variant by orders of magnitude. The most important settings here is light map resolution, but instead of simply trying to explain it to you, I will show it to you. So up here in the scene tab, right under it, you'll see this shaded, the drop down, and then just go to baked light map. Here you will see a visualization of the light map texels in your scene. What the light mapper does is calculate the lighting for each texel and then puts that into a pixel on the light map. Don't worry if you don't understand it right now. We'll get to see the light map once it's baked, so you can get a better visualization. The light map resolution is in texels per unit. If you drag left and right, you can see that the amount of texels in the scene changes. The value essentially means how much lighting resolution we want to give to our objects in a way, where higher resolution means higher quality and less pixelation, but it also means that our light maps will take up more storage and take longer to bake and take longer to download. So right now, let's just go to 20, and then that way it'll bake faster, and then we can increase this before you have your final bake where you actually publish the world. So this light map resolution is a general texels per unit, but you can actually increase light map resolution on a per object basis. So for example, if I want to give this baseboard here more light map resolution, I would click on it, and then under the mesh renderer, under light mapping, you go to scale and light map. You can increase that, not by that much, and then it will essentially give that object and that object only a greater resolution compared to the rest of the objects. So some other important settings in the light mapper include prioritize view. If enabled, it will prioritize baking in the view of the scene tab first, and then outside of the view last. Light bounces. So when light hits a surface, that surface doesn't absorb 100% of the light that hits it, obviously, or else then we couldn't see it, because it would be completely like black hole black. So some of that light is absorbed, but some of that light is reflected. And so to show a more realistic rendering example here, how light is calculated in ray traced computer graphics, which is what our light mapper uses. The light source is simulated by essentially having shooting a bunch of rays, and then those rays will bounce off a surface. So bouncing off once would be one bounce, bouncing off twice would be two bounces, thrice would be three. You get the idea. So essentially, what this does is this will increase the quality of our indirect lighting. This is also one of the most performance intensive settings in the light mapper. So before we upload the world, we can increase this, but we can just leave it at 2 for now. And honestly, if you're doing like an outdoor scene, you can probably just get away with 2. Light map size, this is a little misleading. This is actually just maximum light map size. So just set that to the maximum, and then that way it'll increase performance because there will only be one light map to load. If there's enough lighting data in the scene, chances are that this light map will only be 1024 for this scene. Ambient occlusion. Turn this on for more realistic shadows, and we will see this after the light bakes. I'll go over it. Filtering, set this to auto. I don't want to cover those, and this is filtering, set this to auto. I don't want to cover those, and this is supposed to be a beginner tutorial. Multiple importance, supposed to be a beginner tutorial. Multiple importance, this is supposed to be a filtering, set this to auto. auto. I don't want to cover those, and this is supposed to be a beginner tutorial. Multiple importance. Yeah, it's generally faster. So with all this set up, now all we have to do is click generate lighting at the bottom. For larger scenes, this can take a while, but since our scene is so small and we set the light mapper to use GPU, it shouldn't take too long. And yeah, now it's done. This is the power of baked lighting. Obviously, the resolution here isn't very good because we lowered that, but you can see how the interior of the room is lit far more naturally than it was before. You can see here there is some light bleed from the light coming through the window directly hitting the floor here and then bouncing off into the walls and the rest of the room. And then these shadows that are caused at the crevices here are because of the ambient occlusion which we enabled. And if you click on an object that has baked lighting, you'll see in the mesh renderer under light mapping, under baked light map, see the baked light map. Click open preview, and this essentially shows you the light map is just a giant texture used for shading. And there's all the pixels on this light map, which is just a 2D image corresponding to all of the textures and surfaces. So we can just increase that light map resolution, then maybe even the bounces be a little more. And then before the next bake, since this is an interior, it makes sense to put a light in that room. So if you right click in the hierarchy, go under lighting, you'll see the 4 different types of lights here in Unity. There's directional light, which is essentially the sun. These rays cast from this light have infinite distance. So shadows that are cast from this light, they will always be parallel. Then the position is irrelevant, so only the rotation of the directional light game object matters, not the position. It comes by default with every new scene, and there should be a maximum of 1 per scene. Point light is a light source with a finite range in all directions. Spotlight is a light source that has a finite range with a cone shape, an angle which is defined in degrees. And then area light is a flat 2D light source, but it doesn't support real-time lighting, only baked lighting. So point light make the most sense for our scene, for a ceiling light. So change it to point, and then put it near the ceiling, not in the ceiling, or else it won't work correctly, but just a little bit below, and then like center of the room, I guess. Then we can can decrease this range, say about like a 7, and then increase the intensity to like maybe 1.5. And then the color, I'll set color temperature and then set it to a little more natural light orange. And then we can bake again. Oh, and I forgot to mention the reflection probe is now baked. Look at the reflections in the window, you'll see that they're not quite correct perspective-wise. Like they're only correct when you look at them from the perspective of the reflection probe. This is because by default, the cube map is projected as if it is from an infinite distance away, which is great for outdoor areas where there won't be any visible parallax, like clouds in a puddle, but for interior areas, this means the reflection will look off if the camera or player view is not at the origin of the reflection probe. So let's turn on box projection for the reflection probe. And what box projection does is it projects this cube map, which is just a 6-sided image, to the 6-sided bounds of the reflection probe, which simulates parallax, but I also want to show you, demonstrate that it has some weaknesses. So like here, for example, you can't see this window. It's not a completely proper reflection because it's projecting to the bounds, which is outside the window here, rather than creating a proper reflection. And then you can see here that there's this isn't an accurate reflection of the scene. So there are visible seams that are created when box projection is enabled. Actually, I think this light is it's a bit too bright for my liking. Decrease it. And then we have lighting for our static objects, but not for our dynamic objects. This one is clearly not being lit properly. How do we do that? Well, right click, hierarchy, go to light, and then light probe group. Now up here in your scene is a web of 8 spheres. So each of these spheres in this light probe group is a probe. For each probe, Unity calculates how that probe would be shaded at that point in space. As dynamic objects move through the light probes, they blend the lighting data of the nearest ones. So if you click on the light probe group, you will see in the inspector that you can press a button to toggle light probe editing mode. Here you can click on individual probes, then move them. You can go to the light probe image to, and then the color, I'll set light orange temperature, and then the most real-time lighting, only baked light. Light is an A, or else like center the. Then we can just a little bit below, then like center the room, I guess. Then we can decrease this range, say about like a 7, and then increase the intensity to like maybe 1.5. And then the color, I'll set color temperature and then set it to a little more natural light orange. And then we can bake again. Oh, and I forgot to mention the reflection probe is now baked. Look at the reflections in the window, you'll see that they're not quite correct perspective-wise. Like they're only correct when you look at them from the perspective of the reflection probe. This is because by default, the cube map is projected as if it is from an infinite distance away, which is great for outdoor areas where there won't be any visible parallax, like clouds in a puddle, but for interior areas, this means the reflection will look off if the camera or player view is not at the origin of the reflection probe. So let's turn on box projection for the reflection probe. And what box projection does is it projects this cube map, which is just a 6-sided image, to the 6-sided bounds of the reflection probe, which simulates parallax, but I also want to show you, demonstrate that it has some weaknesses. So like here, for example, you can't see this window. It's not a completely proper reflection of the reflection probe. The reflection can bake again. Oh, and I forgot to mention the reflection probe is now baked. Look at the reflections in the window, you'll see that they're not quite correct perspective-wise. Like they're only correct when you look at them from the perspective of the reflection probe. This is because by default, the cube map is projected as if it is from an infinite distance away, which is great for outdoor areas where there won't be any visible parallax, like clouds in a puddle, but for interior areas, this means the reflection will look off if the camera or player view is not at the origin of the reflection probe. So let's turn on box projection for the reflection probe. And what box projection does is it projects this cube map, which is just a 6-sided image, to the 6-sided cube reflection probe. So let's turn on box project the origin of the reflection probe. So let's turn on box projection for the reflection probe. And what box projection does is it projects this cube map, which is just a 6-sided image, to the 6-sided bounds of the reflection probe, which simulates parallax, but I also want to show you, demonstrate that it has some weaknesses. So like here, for example, you can't see this window. It's not a completely proper reflection because it's projecting to the bounds, which is outside the window here, rather than creating a proper reflection. And then you can see here that there's this isn't an accurate reflection of the scene. So there are visible seams that are created when box projection is enabled. Actually, I think this light is it's a bit too bright for my liking. Decrease it. And then we have lighting for our static objects, but not for our dynamic objects. This one is clearly not being lit properly. How do we do that? Well, right click, hierarchy, go to light, and then light probe group. Now appear in your scene as a web of 8 spheres. So each of these spheres in this light probe group is a probe. For each probe, Unity calculates how that probe would be shaded at that point in space. As dynamic objects move through the light probes, they blend the lighting data of the nearest ones. So if you click on the light probe group, you will see in the inspector that you can press a button to toggle light probe editing mode. Here you can click on individual probes, then move them. You can shift click to add probes to a selection, and you can control D to duplicate light probes. Now the objective is to fill our room with light probes. How should we fill it? The easiest way would be to simply fill our room with probes like a 3D grid, but this wouldn't give the most accurate lighting to the dynamic objects. The optimal way to place light probes is to place one simply whenever there is a change in lighting. Let's go place them in obvious spots, like wherever there is a clear light cutoff, like for example this sunlight hitting the floor. So just above the floor, duplicate some light probes and then place them outside of this highlight here caused by the floor, and then place them in the 4 corners in the sunlight. Then you also want to place light probes just in the middle here. Otherwise, since these 2 probes are closer together than these 2 probes, if a player is like right here, it'll blend the data of these ones inside here. And just select all these here. And Control D to duplicate them, just move them over. The other window, again. And then fill the rest of the space like, just a 3D grid would be fine. The light map, since large objects, or more specifically large faces, large polygons, take up space in this light map, you can delete faces from the meshes that you don't need. So, for example, no one's going to see this bottom here, so I can simply make sure I'm in face selection mode, click on it, press backspace, and then if I wanted to fill that in again, I could just click in the 4 vertices and then click fill hole. Now, since this is an optimization, I would wait until you've finalized your map before going around and doing this, because otherwise you might be wasting time optimizing your scene, and then it ends up you're never even going to use that object or mesh anyway. So this lighting clearly looks a lot better than we had it before. But if you look back at those Scandinavian apartment house images, you'll see that a lot of them don't have such direct lighting and don't really have a lot of interior lighting. What they have is diffused lighting. Now, Scandinavia, obviously a very cloudy place, so it's safe to assume that this is caused by, well, a cloudy day. So, let me ask you a question. When you are outside on a clear day, where does light come from? The obvious answer is the sun. That's not the full truth. If you look at shadows, you'll see that they have a blue tint outside, and that's because of all the indirect lighting that is coming from the blue sky. So we can actually replicate this environmental lighting in Unity. Actually, it's already being done up here in the environment lighting. So here you see in environment lighting, the source is the skybox, which makes sense. If you look at the shaded parts of our exterior, you'll see that they are tinted blue. So it makes sense then that if you want to have diffused lighting, you would make it so that the only light source, or at least the most prominent light source, is not the sun, but the skybox, which is cloudy. Then diffused light is coming in from all directions instead of just a single direction. So to do this, we could get a cloudy skybox, but I'll show you how to import external assets into your project in the next lesson. So for this one, we can just create our own gray skybox for now. So in the project tab, right click, create, material, set this material to skybox, 6-sided, and then the it should be set to a gray, make that a little lighter, then drag and drop it on the sky. Then disable all of your existing light sources, and then click generate lighting. Now, as you can see, have beautiful indirect diffused lighting. This is the lighting setup I'm going to go with for the rest of the tutorial, because I think it not only does it represent the style we are trying to go for more, I just never see this in any VR chat worlds, and I would love to see more of it. If you think it looks a little too dark, well, you can increase the intensity to say 2. Isn't physically accurate, but we are not scientists. We are artists. We don't have to obey the laws of physics. We can bend them to our will. Okay. Last thing is environment reflections. So this is essentially backup reflections. whatever reflections will be used as a fallback when an object is outside of the bounds of any light probes in the scene. So the default fallback is the skybox, but that isn't really representative of our scene. It's not representative of most scenes, actually. You can actually click this and go to custom and then insert a reflection probe that more accurately reflects the scene. As you can see here, I already imported the skies. I'll get to that next episode. One last important optimization to mention is occlusion culling, which will increase performance of your world by not rendering objects that aren't in the player's view. Go to Window, Rendering, Occlusion Culling, and then click Bake. And if we add a camera in here, we can see this visualization, how obviously these walls are not being rendered because they are not in the view of this camera. And as I move the camera's view, you can see objects disappearing, but from the camera view, everything looks perfectly fine. To get better occlusion culling, in the Occlusion tab, click Object, click Occlusion Areas, and then click Create New Occlusion Area. What you want to do with this occlusion area is stretch it to the bounds of where the player can actually be in the scene, where the camera specifically can actually be in the scene. It's best to clear occlusion culling data while you're still editing objects in the scene, and then bake occlusion culling for uploading. It's not working correctly, like objects are disappearing when they should still be in view, then you can change the bake parameters here. And don't forget to click this scene filter back to all when you're done. Note that occlusion culling only affects the visual rendering of objects, so processing of them will still occur even when they're out of view. So now we can just bake again with our higher intensity. I've encountered this error several times with the GPU light mapper where it obviously doesn't bake correctly. So what I'm going to do with this is just click this drop down here, click clear baked data, and then bake it again. Just because I didn't show it before, here is how the light probes work for dynamic objects like avatars. So this is an almost negligible performance cost. Now, as you can see, your room has beautiful and performant baked lighting. Next lesson, I'll go over how to add external assets into our scene.
Lighting in Unity. You're going to be spending all this effort on your world and it's going to be like pale and drab? You're acting as if lighting isn't the most important thing ever. New Unity project. Create a material. Shader, skybox procedural. Drag that bad boy onto the sky. Now you can change settings. Make it green. But what is this? What is this nasty? Go to Window. Package Manager. Search for post-processing. Install. New game object. Set the layer to water or something. Post-process volume component is global, new, add color grading and set the mode to aces. Now go to your camera, add a component, post-process layer, water. Now it looks more real, look at that. They should make this the default. Lights in Unity come in 3 genders, real-time, mixed, and baked. Use baked, then set the intensity to 1.5. The sun is really bright. Make a scene. Select everything that'll get baked, and hit static. Go to Window, Rendering, Lighting Settings to reveal the... Set the light mapper to GPU, set your bounces to 4, and make the light map resolution way less than 40. Finally, make a reflection probe and put it in the middle. Click Generate Lighting. Baking time. Hey, you did it. You really did it.
Hello and welcome back to the 5th episode of this tutorial series. In this lesson, we will learn how to import external assets into our Unity project. Again, I have to backtrack at the first part of the lesson because it turns out a topic I chose not to cover from last episode is actually of importance because our scene's lighting comes primarily from the environment indirectly rather than from a light source component. If you look at some parts of the wall, you may see that some of them look a little blotchy, and that is being caused by both the indirect environment samples and the filtering in the lighting tab. So rather than explain it, I feel it's best to show you to truly understand how the technology works. Slight trigger warning, I'm going to disable the filtering in the scene. It's going to look very noisy and ugly. For most of you, it'll be unpleasant to look at, but if it disturbs you in any way, you just skip ahead 10 seconds. So I'm going to open a scene where I already baked it in a noisy way. Yeah, this is how it looks like without any filtering. The reason it looks so noisy is because of how ray tracing works. Essentially, a higher sample count means less noise. However, under filtering advanced, you can see that there are denoising options. These reduce noise by using AI denoising algorithms. By increasing the number of samples, the baked result has less noise. There's less blotchiness in the bake. At the expense of render time. From what I could read and from my testing, it appears that the environment samples is bounded by the indirect samples. I'm going to increase both by about 4-fold to 2,000. If you're in a state where you're still baking a lot just to preview your lighting, you'll probably want to decrease this until your final bake. In scenes where primary light sources are from light components, this typically isn't something to worry about. It's only because our primary light source is the environment this becomes something worth considering. Direct lighting will always be far more accurate, far less noisy, and take far less time to bake than indirect lighting. On to the main topic of this lesson. For those who don't know, an asset is just anything that goes into a 3D scene. There are websites you can download 3D assets from. Always make sure you are legally allowed to use them. But the place I would typically check first is the Unity Asset Store. You can either browse it from inside Unity by going to Window, Asset Store, or Control 9. But the in-editor browser is slow, so I recommend using a dedicated browser. So just go to the following link, assetstore.unity.com. The convenient thing about the asset store is that the assets are made specifically for Unity. I say this for two big reasons. One, many of the assets are simply drag and drop and don't require much additional setup or configuration, if any. Two, 3D models that you find on other websites will have polygon counts that would be absurd for VR games, like more than 20,000 polygons for simple objects. This is because they are not intended for games but for movies or 3D renders, which don't share the same technical limitations. The recommended maximum polygon count for Quest worlds is 50,000 triangles according to the official VRChat documentation, and even if you don't plan on uploading the Quest, I would still keep a soft polygon limit in mind. Even a few dozen here or there would be negligible for performance, but it wouldn't make sense to have a single object with 50,000. If you still want to use that object, and it doesn't come in a low poly version, I would recommend taking it into Blender and using either the Decimate modifier, which is quick and dirty, or baking to low poly. The first asset we should search for is a proper skybox. So just type that into the search bar. I'm going to check free assets here, and then I'm going to go with this all sky pack for this tutorial because it's free, it's popular, and pretty high quality. So just click add to my assets. You're going to have to log in first, and after you add it to your assets, it'll say to open in Unity, which will open up the package manager in Unity, or you could open up the package manager by going to Window, Package Manager. And then you want to make sure that the drop down next to the plus drop down is not set to Unity Registry, but set to My Assets. And just search for Skybox. And then you will download and then import the Skybox pack. So I've already done that. Just go and search for the overcast skybox, and then to search for the material, go up to this search by type shapes icon, select material, select in this folder, and then click this one right here, drag it on, and then looks a little dark for me, so I'm just going to increase the exposure to the point where the highlights are not overexposed. Our room looks kind of barren, so why don't we search for some furniture? Pick out something you like. I'm going to go search for a sofa, check free again, and then I'm just going to be using this sofa pack for this tutorial, but even if you're not using this one, you can still follow along with a model of your choice. Since this is your room, I encourage you to make it your own, and that means using modeling, textures, lighting, and assets that fit your scene. That means that you shouldn't put elements that would clash with each other, and every part should ideally complement every other part. So first add the model on the page, go into the package manager, and then search for sofa. Again, download and then import. I've already done that. So then go into the new folder and then search for prefabs. And when you find the prefab you want, duplicate it with Control D and then drag it into the scene. So before we get into that, it's necessary to know what a prefab is. A prefab is a game object with all of its components intact. The advantages of working with prefabs is that if you have a lot of the same game objects in a project and you want to edit them all at once, you can do so without having to individually edit each one. So say that we want all our windows to be the same. Instead of having to edit each one individually, we can make them prefab by dragging our parent window object from the hierarchy into the project tab. You should now see that the object icon in the hierarchy turns from a hollow gray to a solid blue. You can edit prefabs by double-clicking on them in the project tab or by right-clicking in them in the hierarchy and clicking open prefab asset. Now the scene view will focus on just the prefab. Edits you make from here will apply to all instances of this prefab. So drag, see, applied to that prefab. Or if we go back and reset this to the way it was, I can then delete this window object, duplicate this window prefab, edit the prefab. And now you see that it's applied to both of the objects, but we only had to make one edit. And if you couldn't see already, the way that you exit this prefab exclusive view in the scene is just by clicking this arrow right here in the top corner. If you make a change to one of the instances in the prefab in the scene, you can go to that parameter, right click, and then click apply to prefab, and it will apply to all instances of the prefab. If you want to make one of the instances no longer a prefab, you can right click on it in the hierarchy and click unpack prefab. You can also put prefabs inside of prefabs. I'm just going to apply this first. Unpack prefab only unpacks the parent prefab, while unpack prefab completely unpacks any nested prefabs. So the sofa prefab we have here doesn't come with any colliders. So let's add some by double clicking on the prefab in the project tab, going to the game object that has the mesh renderer on it. Well, there's only one game object here, but the reason that we want to go to the game object that has the mesh render component on it is that when we add a box collider, it will conform to the bounds of that mesh. Now what we want to do is create a compound of box colliders, like a simplified boxed version of our mesh. I'm going to copy this box collider and then paste it so that these two box colliders have the exact same height. so that if a player walks from this box collider onto this box collider, there won't be any kind of height difference. For complex objects, you can make a simplified collision mesh with ProBuilder or Blender or any other 3D modeling software. You can make it a child of the model game object and then disable its mesh renderer and add a mesh collider component. The primitive collider components are more optimized and reliable. Not going to get into how, but it's just preferable to use a compound of those when possible. And then our sofa is static, so don't forget to tick that box. Let's add some seats to the sofa. Search for VRC chair in all of our assets. Click on VRC chair 3, duplicate it, and then enter this prefab. Delete the game object with the chair mesh, and then scale down this collider vertically. Open the sofa prefab again. Drag in the new VRC chair and place it under where you want there to be a seat. So make sure it's facing the correct direction. Make sure that the tool handle is set to local rotation, and then the blue arrow, the Z-axis, is forward. Resize the collider, but ensure that the top part is above the collider of the sofa. By the way, you can hold Shift when editing colliders or Alt. Now I'm actually going to apply those settings for the box collider to the prefab. The seat and exit game objects are empty and they're only used for the transform or the position in which the player will sit and exit. And you can adjust those if you like. Then duplicate the chair prefab if you want more seats. There's a VRChat layer called Walkthrough, and it allows players to walk through objects that have colliders while physics objects like pickupables still react to them.
Today I will be showing you how to add two different. This tutorial I'm going to make the mirrors local so each player can turn the mirror they want on or off for themselves. I was going to make the mirrors global and synced for position it to wherever you want using the move tools. By default, the mirror will reflect everything and be high quality. We want another mirror which will be a lower quality mirror that only reflects the player and mirror high quality. In the area and mirror reflection, you can turn these mirrors off in the inspector for now so they don't overlap. This overlapping won't matter later when we set up the toggles because the mirrors and open udon graph is a true or false value which determines whether the mirror is set. When we activate one, the other one will be deactivated, so we don't mirrors local, so each
To show you how to create reflective surfaces, I just downloaded this asset that already have some reflective surfaces, so let's remove them and now create a material and attach it to the object. In our hierarchy, create light reflective probe to reflect everything that is in our scene. Make sure it's a child of our mirror and set the position to 0. Click on the edit volume button and edit the volume to be just a little bit bigger than our mirror. After we'll finish the mirror, you can change the size to make it fit a bit better and look clearer. Play with it until you find the thing that fits you perfectly. To make everything easier to see for now, we'll disable gizmos, but remember to enable it later. Just click the gizmos button on the top right corner of the scene view. We want the mirror to reflect in real time, so change the type of the reflective probe to real time. It can also help us now to see the changes without baking each time. On the mirror material, change the metallic and smoothness to 1. The metallic control how reflective the mirror will be, and the smoothness control how clear the image will be. You can change the color to fit the environment and the lighting, but for now we don't need to. We can change the reflective probe's intensity a bit to make it clearer, but remember, we want it to fit the environment. That's the only way it will look realistic. Now duplicate it and see how it can help us to create a real life looking window. Using a new material we'll create for the window and changing its mode to transparent, we will use the colors alpha and the metallic value to make the window transparent, but of course not fully, so it will reflect a bit back to us. On Windows, it's more important to change the color to make it fit the environment better. When we press play and move the player, we will see that he's not really showing in the mirror. That is because the reflection probe doesn't refresh. That's an easy fix. Change the reflection probe refresh mode to every frame. Now that we press play and move the player, we will see that the player is reflecting on the window and in the mirror. If you use a kind of FPS with the player in the scene, it will look way better on the reflection, in addition to 0. Click on the edit volume button. Create a 3D cube, shape it and move it to the position we want the mirror to be in. For the mirror, we'll create a material and attach it to the object. In our hierarchy, create light reflective probe to reflect everything that is in our scene. Make sure it's a child of our mirror and set the position to 0. Click on the edit volume button and edit the volume to be just a little bit bigger than our mirror. After we'll finish the mirror, you can change the size to make it fit a bit better and look clearer. Play with it until you find the thing that fits you perfectly. To make everything easier to see for now, we'll disable gizmos, but remember to enable it later. Just click the gizmos button on the top right corner of the scene view. We want the mirror to reflect in real time, so change the type of the reflective probe to real time. It can also help us now to see the changes without baking each time. On the mirror material, change the metallic and smoothness to 1. The metallic control how reflective the mirror will be, and the smoothness control, how clear the image will be. You can change the color to fit the environment and the lighting, but for now we don't need to. We can change the reflective probe's intensity a bit to make it clearer, but remember, we want it to fit the environment. That's the only way it will look realistic. Now duplicate it and see how it can help us to create a real life looking window. Using a new material we'll create for the window and changing its mode to transparent, we will use the colors alpha and the metallic value to make the window transparent, but of course not fully, so it will reflect a bit back to us. On Windows, it's more important to change the color to make it fit the environment better. When we press play and move the player, we will see
It's just us.
that is not really showing in the mirror. That is because the reflection probe doesn't refresh. That's an easy fix. Change the reflection probe refresh mode to every frame. Now that we press play and move the player, we will see that the player is reflecting on the window and in the mirror. If you use a kind of FPS with the player in the scene, it will look way better on the reflection. And if it doesn't look better, change the reflection probe size until it does. If you are doing any type of game that is not a first person, remember the physics of mirrors and try to compensate it. So like half of my time is wasted here. When we play now, we'll see the game is really slow. It's because the
It's just a
reflection probe set to every frame, and it's like we're baking it every frame from start. That is why we are usually gonna use the reflection probe in Windows and stuff like this and set the mode to bake on awake, so it will only bake one time. Or even better, just bake it before. If you want to create actual mirrors, this is a better way to do it. After you watch both videos, well, if I took the time and effort to create a character for my FPS game, I really want the player to look at it. Well, download it, okay? So let's create a mirror. Has one side that is transparent, sinners into the plane. The top, okay, that is because with the new camera, one last trick to make the mirror reflect better on the plane object, on the new material that was created automatically when we attached the render texture. Change the shadow type to unit texture. Now the mirror looks way better. Quite ironically, the mirror image is mirrored and we don't want it to be that way. Change the scale of the plane object to the negative of the same scale. Just add minus in front of it. That way it will flip the plane and you will see everything correctly. I really recommend to try and change some settings like the material settings and the camera settings and see what looks better and what can help you more. If you find any cool things you changed and made it look better or made something cool out of it, let me know in the component from the new camera. We want better and it, let me know in the comments. To show you how to create reflective surfaces, well, if I took the time and effort to create a character for my FPS game, I really want the player to look at it. Well, download it, okay? So let's create a mirror. We will do this by adding a 3D plane, position it in front of the player. Remember, the plane has one side that is transparent and one side that is visible. Then create a camera as the child of the plane, and to avoid the bug of two listeners in the scene, remove the listener component from the new camera. We want to display the input from the new camera to the plane scene. Remove the listener component from the new camera. We want to display the input from the new camera to the plane. That is why we will create a render texture and attach it to the plane. In the camera settings, change the target texture to the new texture we just created. Now we have the camera output on the plane. Camera settings, change the target texture to the new texture we just created. Now we have attached it to the plane. In the camera settings, change the target texture to the new texture we just created. Now we have the camera output on the camera settings, change the target texture to the new texture we just created. Now we have attached it to display the input from the new camera to the plane. That is why we will create a render texture and attach it to the plane. In the camera settings, set camera to the plane. That is why we will create and render the new camera. We want to display the input from the tool listener camera. Change the target. That is why we will create and render texture and attach it to display the input from the new camera to the plane. That is why the listener component from the new child of the plane. And to avoid the bug of two listeners in the scene, remove the listener component from the new camera. We want to display the input from the new camera to the plane. That is why we will create and render texture and attach it to the plane. In the camera, new camera to the plane. That is why we will create and render texture and attach it to the plane. In the camera settings, change the target texture to the new texture we just created. Now we have the camera output. On the camera settings, change the target texture to will create and render texture and attach it to the plane. In the camera settings, change plane. That is why we will create and render texture and attach it to the plane. In the camera settings, change the target texture to the new texture we just created. Now we have the camera output on the plane. Well, that not looks okay. That is because the camera is not looking at the player. Change all the aspects of the camera until you see the player correctly. Rotation and position. But when we come too close to the mirror, we can see the player clipping. That's because on the new camera we have the clipping plane near value set to 0.3. We need to set it to something lower. One last But when we come to change on the plane, well, that not looks okay. That is because the camera